And we are live. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the stream. It took me a moment to see what's going on, because, alright, but here I am. So, hello, everybody. You could be watching from anywhere around the country, in the world, and some of you may be seeing this as a rerun. We have some interesting things to talk about, and some things from yesterday if we have some people come through that weren't here, like we usually do. And I am going to switch screens now. Okay, there we go. Alright. Hello, everybody. I hope everybody has had a great week. And also, I'm going to see anything going on here. Okay. So, yesterday we talked about the Nephilims and the mermaid connection with the Fallen. And also we'll chat about the trials and stuff. So hope everybody that is watching reruns, watching live, has a good week, has been having a good week, and has a good weekend. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to do what I usually do and play the game while I talk about the different topics and things that we'll talk about and see how that goes. Okay. Right now I'm typing in this, so we'll play the game and all that stuff. Okay. Yeah, so I had a very different friends and stuff with to my grandma for a second on the phone. She's doing better, I think. I'm not too quite sure about that, but she had a little bit sick. Now she's doing better. Okay, here we are. Yeah, so she's doing over here. Alright. Something's going on. Not too sure what's going on, but alright, so now the game is loading. There we go. Okay. Seems like there was some sort of buffering which shouldn't be happening, but looks like it's going better now. Okay. Must be a little bit groggy or something. Right, so looks like everything's going good now. So basically, as I was saying, so in the game I play this in the beginning and different people come through and talk in the chat and stuff, and with this late night special it's not going to be as many people as the earlier ones, the earlier streams. My friend Sam will probably join us later. Alright, so now I'll begin about the different things. Yeah, so yesterday I was talking about like I said a moment ago when I was originally talking in the beginning about the Nephilims and the mermaids, which it has to do with how the fallen angels, through a religious perspective, how they're connected with the fallen angels and the different things like that, and how they created offspring, and maybe from offspring, or they could be demonic. If given that those things were real, and it wasn't just something that was made up, like a fairy tale. So they were real. That's what they were. And fairies and things like that, and now they seem to, some of them now appear as aliens. Nice moons out and everything. Alright, so basically, and I enjoyed what we did last night, and I kept the title about it just in case if we have some people that come through. Like before, when we had, it's like we'll do it 2 days where you'll have some people on this day and the other day. And the reason why I repeated it from one of the other streams from way before was because I was gone for a while because of the weather. Then yesterday I just decided to do it anyway and do some things to make sure everything would work well, and it did, and I'm glad for that. And I'm glad for all of you participating with the channel. We're doing very well with the shorts and stuff like that. Alright, so basically with my day, I didn't go out and look at the garden today, but I went outside briefly for a moment before I came into the stream. The moon's out, looks very good, very, very cool weather. It's like spring, fall weather. It's not really hot. And another thing, well, I did like look at the garden briefly. Everything's doing good, but I didn't really thoroughly look at it. And I was watching some of the trials today that I like to talk about. So basically, with the Young Thug one, that it was much better, it seems, than the one that happened previously. And Steele and got to do his thing with his defense, and it looked like it went better than the ones before, when he felt that the judge was taking personal shots at him. And in the chat, people were like, they weren't too happy with how the state of Georgia is wasting money, and a lot of resources were being exaggerated on it, and the bias of the judge in general from recent experiences. And they had some bickering, and they showed some recordings, and they had the lieutenant on the stand. So all that was pretty cool to see, because I never saw the visuals of it. And shout out to my friend Sam in the game with me. He came on board to help out with my conquest of the different ships. Right. Hopefully, because last time I sunk a couple of times, so it's good to now have, because he comes a little bit later, but they're doing something different in the game. They're throwing, catapulting this fire cannon at me that sinks any ship. You could sink any ship. Alright. Firing at them, charge. Yeah, because him and I do this all the time in the game. And also, what was going on in the chat, we're making jokes and stuff. It was funny. And there's the other trial that I was watching, so I kind of like to go back and forth between the different ones. They were talking about, it was an older man, and I read the title, like the information about the context of the trial. So basically, in Arizona, an older man had, out of self, he thought, and the intentions of self-defense, deleted somebody that was trespassing, and there was some debate about it, and he thought it was somebody like one of the illegals coming through. They thought it was some kind of nefarious individual. And yes, he's telling me something in the games, but to finish what I'm saying, so that's what the trial's about. The person did it out of self-defense, but it wasn't a person that was nefarious. And I think gun rights are important, but it's also good to not delete innocent people, of course. Accidents can happen, but also it's good to make sure that we don't delete innocent people and always have logic. Also, but people make mistakes, of course. And one moment, everybody. Let's see what he says. He's asked me if I remember the trolls, the bullies in the game. Did that go through? Yeah. So one time something happened where we were in the Caribbean in this game, and I had it public because I usually would make it public, and we had people that were trying to hijack the ship from me and get people to try to take up the spots where the ship could have been possibly been repaired to try to force the ship to sink. So that's something that occurred. And they're like bullies. Yeah. So they're trying to ruin the game for everybody. And he's telling me, my guess is the admins took care of them, hopefully. I'm going to tell him okay. Because that's when I didn't have the thing public. But yeah, so hopefully they took care of that. And I'll certainly make it public so there'll be more people on the ship with us. And if there are more trolls, I'll just go to an island to get rid of them. Yeah. And he's saying, I do me. You do you, mate. That's what he said. It's a pirate talk. I'm gonna ram into this ship. Charge. And yeah, so hopefully, so I think as that trial goes on, the one I previously mentioned, that everything goes well with that. Oh, that's good dodging I did. But a lot of people are kind of confused about what's going on. Some people in the chat were kind of confused about that. So we'll see more context of the information as it comes out with that one. Trials are very interesting to watch, and there was a situation where the people, it was not intended to be political, and then like some of the mods that were previously there would like stop it from happening. Then they're getting a little political. Then like, let's not, the house divided against itself will not stand. And I like political chats, obviously, but still, it does divide people, I think. And in that situation, I'd rather it just be about the trial stuff, because it unites everybody. Because everybody has different views and things, and it's good to come together on a common cause. So that was a little bit about my trial rant that I put in the title. Right now we're doing the game, and we're getting rid of these enemies, and it didn't do what it was supposed to do, and I didn't fire at the right time. Okay. Hello, Matt. Good to see you. Correct, Matt. It's a ship that belongs to Blackbeard. Yes. Yes. And good to see you, Matt. Glad to have you here. All right. So now we are cruising along. And Matt, I hope that you're having a good day and you had a good week and your weekend goes well. We were researching on Blackbeard on one of the streams, and so basically what happened was with Blackbeard, the situation occurred where we went through the articles and read about it. So with Blackbeard, I read a big article about him, and basically him and his friend would go to an island where they would hide their treasure and stuff. Yes, I agree. Yes, I love the Johnny Depp movies. Those movies were really good, in my opinion. I grew up watching them, and it comes in handy, especially in this situation with the game. Yes, it wasn't. It was more than just a movie. Now it's used for something even more greater with this channel. And now we're curving around and going here. Okay. Gotta be watch out for those flaming cannonballs. They might, sink the ship. Favorite pirate movies. So, yes, the ones that I know about. I know there's the Peter Pan with Robin Williams in it. I like that one. And I have to think. Yeah, Hook. That's what it was called. I saw that one. Hook was excellent. As I like with that one how they have a certain feel to it, and I think the Johnny Depp ones are very good. And I do think the other ones like Hook were very unique, and it was like something like out like it was its own thing. Like it wasn't part of a series of things, it was just its own thing. So I think the different perspectives of different pirate movies are pretty cool. And I have to think, so I know I've seen other ones. I have to I know it's not a pirate. Well, it's technically a pirate movie. Master and Commanders. That's a good movie. I don't know if you've seen it, Matt. All right. Hey, now we're further attacking that one because Master and Commanders does have to do with this other situation with pirates. That does have to do with pirates. Well, that's good. Yeah, you could watch on YouTube the movie if you were interested. Oh, there's a bounty hunter. I didn't know what was going on here. Okay. I didn't know what that was. If they're repositioning, so I'm going to have a duel with this dude right here. Okay. Fire. Okay, so now I'm going to take cover. We're maneuvering. Sam is doing good at hitting the ship. Other players are attacking it. Alright, good. Glad for their help. All three ships right here. These different players. Sam is repairing the ship. I'm going to kind of drift out a little bit, because I do this to get myself distant from the different enemies that come through. Sam does really well. So basically, because they were showing in the trial, the lieutenant was interviewing the person, one of the alleged accomplices. And I remember it was like when the guy was in the stand like a week ago, he just didn't remember anything from 2013. They kept on asking him all day long things. He said, "I don't remember. I don't remember." And yeah, that was hilarious. That one. All right, here we go. They followed me. That's nice of them. Well, facts. That's nice of them. We're all like sticking together. All three of us. That's a nice moon. Very nice moon. I love full moons. Right now outside there is a full moon. This is so cool. It's a little gang right here. Pirate gang. See, strength in numbers, teamwork. Because usually him and I just do it by ourselves. It's nice to have a little gang with us. The sun's about to come up in the game. Oh, we got another one out there. He's coming this way. Yeah, I've seen that one before. It was pretty cool to see him now fighting on my side. The one, the blue, over the behemoth demon. I've seen that one before. Yeah, he was saying it's nice to have a fleet. I didn't want to drift too far. We got a little fleet squad up in here. And also, we have that. We'll do this for a little while. The alien fleet. Oh, now I upgrade to the highest part of the pirate level. I'm glad you all are here, chilling with me while I play the game. Uh-oh, the Navy's coming through. So I'm glad that, it's nice chatting. Yeah, this is so awesome. Open fire completely. Okay, they're about to sink. Who knew pirates could be so cooperative? Teamwork. I know, right? Yeah, we're finally working together. Yes. That's something that I appreciate very much. Remember, unity is strength. It is pretty good. Let's see our little squad. Go and yeah, Nate, not Nate. Sam is doing good with the repairs. Make sure I dodge these things, get out the way. So while we repair, we're going to have the fleet with us. Uh-oh. Don't want to sink. Go. Alright, they sunk both of them. Yeah, y'all saw me fall. Okay, Cuba. They went, there's a couple of them. They went and snuck me. Where's Cuba? I know where Cuba is. Okay. Uh-oh. They're trying to help, which is good. Alright, I see Cuba. I could hit a couple of... it might sink. Might sink. Trying to get out the way a little bit. Okay. Okay. Okay, that's better. The game is really amping up how they do things. It used to be much easier. Well, it wasn't easy, it's just I got used to it, but they're not coming up with these different tactics. Yeah, shout out to the fleet that helped us out. Just we have to go dock in the island of Cuba. Looks like we're not being followed. So that's good. And look, they're still following us, so shout out to them. That's really nice of them to try to protect us while we go to Cuba. I really appreciate that. Whoever, I can't really contact them, but whoever they are, I'm thankful for them. Yes. Yeah, stop communism in Cuba before it starts. Alright, we're docking. We've landed. Well, I'm thankful for the fleet. Alright. Yeah, shout out to the fleet. Really cool. I enjoyed that. Yeah, so, Matt, this is Cuba. Before communism started. A lot of swampy areas. And like say this is like sword fighting some alligators. And we have a lot of, these cypress trees. Yeah, I know. Yeah, this was 1700s, something like that. Good night, Matt. Glad you came to chill. Yeah. So, as I was saying, in this situation, we have the ship about to launch at a moment. Let's see what's it doing here. Defeat the skeletons. Where? Okay, doing that. Okay. All right. Now we are repairing the ship again. All right. So now we're going to do another round and get this. Yeah, and also in some other news, Kate Middleton addressed her cancer situation and the treatment she's getting, and she had surgery a little while ago, and they didn't think it was cancerous, but actually was. So, yeah, her and the king both have it. Prayers to them. And I was talking to the chat friends today that the royalty, it's a hard job, and it definitely would induce a lot of stress. And they've been going through a lot of stressful situations. So that certainly, in our opinion, wouldn't have helped. So shout out to them. And other news, I've not really been keeping up with a lot of other things, just stuff around. I'm not boarding the ships, I'm just sinking them right now. In the game, this is a lot like Master and Commanders. This is a lot like that, this game. Yeah, so as I continue, so basically, I like how in the game you could decorate the different you can decorate, the ship, and you can decorate the sails and stuff. I like that, and I like the different graphics they've added to the game. They've done a lot because it used to, as it's evolved into a very perplexed. Not perplexed, but complexed game. Alright. And now we're attacking the Phantom. And also, he's asked me something, so I'm gonna go and he's asked me something with y'all in a moment. I don't even know my message went through. Let's see, try it again. This is crazy. I don't know how this happened. Hopefully, I'm interdimensional right now. Okay, well this is all the cannons. It's pretty cool. I wish they could have a part of the game where we could really see this stuff. Yeah, so this is inside the ship. It glitched. It crashed. Yeah, let's see if he can come here and see what's going on. This is some crazy stuff. Some other dimension going on here. Very nice cannons. Alright, I'm going to tell him he could look at the stream. Oh, yeah, he just left the game because he's having some problems with it. I'm telling him I'm streaming it. Yeah, because it's like I'm in some other dimension. Then I'll get into some of the other stuff. Yeah, see, that's it. I'm gonna go to him. Let's see. Okay. Let's see if this works. All right, here we go. Yet that whole time I was in that other dimension, this game was tripping out. Well, wow, we got the whole thing destroyed. Good grief! While I was in that other dimension, is what they're doing to the Duchess. Wow. We're just gonna coast around a little bit. Okay. Glad he's repairing it. Oh, and the other night, just something I just thought of sharing that. I saw this. I was in the yard. I was looking at the sky and stuff, and hanging out, and then I saw this like thing that I saw the raccoon come up just from the wilderness, and he's saying the game is buggy as always. Yeah, I'm gonna say facts. So basically, and I saw the raccoon, and I was like observing it, and it went into the tree, and it sat in the tree, and started cleaning itself. And it was so like nice scenery with it being in a tree, and it's kind of like woodsy with the moon shining through. I like the nature scenes like that. That'd be a good painting. Raccoon was like staring at me, so I didn't want to freak it out too much. So it was kind of backed up a little bit, but it was being stalked by me. It was like watching me. It's like, what is this human doing? Well, I'm not. Well, I'm more of an alien. So, yeah, that was really interesting. And I saw Orion's belt, and I was talking about Orion last night with the fallen angels, and how these gods from these different religions that talked about the Nephilim offspring are really just those fallen angels pretending to be different gods and things. Smooth sailing, alright. And tonight, it's a little quiet. Our regulars must be doing other things, and it looks like there are no ships in sight. So, what I will be doing is I'll do this for a little bit and get into some other things, and then I'll end it if they don't come. And just finish up. Okay, I see a ship out there. I thought it was a ghost town. let's see what Sam says in the game. They haven't been on 2 years. Let's see if I could make it bigger. Nope. They haven't been on for years. You must like things nice and peaceful. Yes. I'm gonna tell him yes. Yeah, and he's telling me they haven't been on a. So the context I was telling him about the guild I'm in, and they haven't been in years. And he says I must like things nice and peaceful. He's like, this man got no idea. Like I like, as I said, I do like when I would still do it now at some point, but when things aren't as cluttered. But I like going out into the city. But like basically, I like things nice, peaceful, and quiet. Like I like talking about like a minute ago, I saw a peaceful raccoon hanging out in a tree around. But I miss my guild, the friends. So the pirate game, there's a guild. You can join a guild, and I haven't seen them since right before the pandemic. The old computer went downhill because of its age, and then this, and they just disappeared. Yeah, he's like, I'm just like in a ghost town. Oh, we ran right into Blackbeard's ship. All right, so we're hitting Blackbeard's ship. We're adjacent to it now. Let's see how this goes. It's gonna go good. Queen Anne's Revenge. All right. I don't know why it's kind of weird in this game how the Navy is friends with Blackbeard in this game. It's so weird. You attack two different ships at once. I like that. Keeping the distance from Blackbeard. Right through. Alright, we're getting the Queen Anne's Revenge pretty good. As Leonidas said, tonight we dine in hell. Okay. And y'all that like watch the reruns can put in the comments about y'all's week or y'all's day if y'all want to. What are y'all doing for the weekend? Getting the Queen Anne's Revenge. Yeah, so basically y'all could put in the comments below about y'all's weekend, what y'all are up to this week, and stuff like that, if y'all want to. Those watching the rerun when the stream's over. I'm glad that you all watch the reruns. It's pretty cool. And I'll probably talk about some things briefly, and then it would be it. Okay. And we're getting the Queen Anne's Revenge pretty good. We're doing a number on them. Facts. There we go. Oh, we sunk that Phantom immediately. Well, that's epic. Yeah. So we completely decimated. So we're fighting right now Blackbeard. Blackbeard ship. It's going to be sunk soon. It's taking a little while to take them down. Now Blackbeard, he was raised in a good family, and then he became a pirate. And a lot of people that were in the British Navy and stuff, they became pirates later. And there's all kinds of rumors about what happened when his ship sunk. It seems like when when that happened, they decapitated him. Your discretion is advised. And then they went out and it wouldn't be the same anymore. That. Right. I got a little bit distracted for a second because Sam replied. He said, "Yeah, COVID would definitely change their routine." Yeah. There we go. Bombing them. All right, we almost have the Queen Anne's revenge down. We almost sunk. We're about to sink soon. Blackbeard ship. And when he was caught and killed, his head was decapitated. Viewer discretion advised, and he swam around the ship 3 times, then fell. What it does. Oh, the bounty hunter came out of nowhere. Gotta be careful here. I don't know why they're all protecting Blackbeard, because this is not historically accurate, of course. For Blackbeard to be protected by the... Yeah, they gotta... Chillin'. The guy's gonna go real fast, but it's not gonna work. Alright, good. Hello, Sarah. Good to see you. Alright, we're gonna board it. Let's see. I got. LOL. Right, we both died. I could have went a little bit farther into the ship to try to steer the situation, but yeah. So definitely, this is why I don't like boardings, because it definitely causes problems with these things. Because you gotta have like a whole crew of people. He said the funny thing is no one could save us, and that's absolutely. Okay, but the thing about the game is that I don't usually do this. I made an exception. Let's see. I'm going to tell him something. One time they left me. Yeah, we need a couple of powerful players, and that's how it would work. All right. So we're getting out. I'll go see what the damage is. I probably lost the whole ship. Man, I lost that ship a couple of times. Yeah. Oh, Sarah, I did reclaim it. I reclaimed her and I got her back. Yeah, he's saying, but it was worth trying that one to take Blackbeard, because it's like I never got this. We got to see Blackbeard's ship. That's something we never got to do before. To try to take Blackbeard's ship is something that was not done. I never defeated Blackbeard's ship then went on there. It was worth losing my ship over. I didn't think we were gonna win, but it was like, you gotta take risks. All right, I'm gonna end the game part now. And I don't know. Let's see. Hopefully the game recorded that. Or he's telling me to take care. I'll say you too. Alright, now I'm going to go off. Alright. 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 So, I slightly changed the title. Not the title, but the title. Okay. Alright, so basically, yeah, thanks, Sarah. Glad that you liked the game. And also, the reason why I made it a certain way with, let's see, water. Alright, so basically, what I'm doing is that, yeah, so, yeah, it's good to rewatch it, Sarah. And I titled it a similar title to what we had last time briefly, but I changed it because Stranded was supposed to come here, and I was going to probably talk about the stuff we talked about last time, so she could interact with that information. But that's okay. Maybe she could see the rerun of it, of one of them. But basically, that was my reasoning for that. But besides that, you and Matt showed up, and the other people must be doing other things that usually watch the streams. So I'm just kind of just chilling. And what else? Just kind of chatting a little bit. So I did the game part. I ranted about the trial stuff. And yeah, I want to see what else I'm going to see. So I don't know what's going through. This thing's acting like it has some issues for some reason. I don't know why. And so what we're going to do is, Sarah, I'd like to know how's your day going over there? Going pretty good, or what? My day was pretty cool. The Daikons, I'm optimistic about that. And Sarah says, I see a lot of good info if you need. Early, it's cool. Okay, thanks. Thanks. All right. Sarah says we had a mini earthquake in AM, and it was like y'all had some really hectic weather, crazy winds and snow. Well, right now, I will say, outside is very windy right now, and that's possibly maybe an explanation why the connection could be being goofy on my end. Signal issues is because of the wind. It's very windy out there right now, but the weather is beautiful outside. Yeah, freezing temperatures, especially in your area. Yeah, over here, just kind of cool fall weather. But depending where you live, I mean, probably up north where you are, it's like where you were when you're in the United States weather right now, where I am. But it's really to us, it's like kind of fallish weather. Kind of cool and warm. Yeah, she said if she stopped replying, she lost the net. Okay. And yeah, my thing keeps going in and out. As I said, it's unless they're updating something at Cox, it has to do with the hectic winds outside. But I just, in spite of the weather, I like to do the lives. But it's not raining or cloudy or anything. Yeah, but beautiful weather is nice. And Sarah, I saw Orion's belt when I went outside. And I really thought it was pretty cool. Although I've seen it before, I saw it again. And it was nice seeing that again. And yeah, the Daicon's coming up. The Daicon's doing really well. And I like putting up shorts about interesting. Also on March 8th, we're going to have the weather. I mean, we're going to have, not March 8th, but April 8th, we're going to have a solar eclipse. Something good with cooked and cool daikon is slices is punzu. All right, thanks. Yeah, April 8th will be wild. And I love solar eclipses. Soon, I'm gonna get some new stuff for the garden and some telescope and some coins and stuff. Okay, so ponzu, citrus, soy sauce, basically lots of citron, really tasty. Well, thank you, Sarah, for the suggestion. I'll definitely add that to my what I'll eat with daikon. Oh, and also I want to let you know that, and you have to let me know if I'm too choppy or if you can't hear me or something. But basically, what happened was the ads went really well. Oh, that's some synchronicity, Sarah. Today, live chat. Oh, thank you, Sarah, for spreading the word about my channel. I did get some new subscribers today, so I appreciate that very much. Yeah, I appreciate that very much, and I'm glad that God's inspiring other people to see how the different fallen creatures and things like that. Very interesting conversation last night. Yes, lots of info they need can be found here. Amen. Yes. Yes, absolutely. And also, another thing that I like to talk about was that I was on the sea for a while, and then I liked the trial chat I was talking about. It was really cool, nice information, and all of the mermaids and the different stuff. And I've been spreading it to other people too, and other people have been coming here through the different groups I'm in. And earlier, like I was saying, they're getting too political in the trial chat, and I don't like them being political there because it just everybody has different views there, and it's just going to cause a cluster of madness. All right, so the question here is April 8th, seeing National Guard will be called. Guard called out in some states. Yes, that's true, Sarah. The National Guard will be called out in some states. True. No, Sarah, you could talk about what you want, and that's not a political thing. I was talking about the trial chat earlier. I was talking about another channel. Yeah, yeah. I understand what you meant. All right, National Guard will be deployed total solar eclipse on April 8th. You see, there's a lot of chaos going on, and also, Sarah, I saw what you were doing there, but I want to answer it seriously, just in case. But I knew what you were doing. It was a funny joke, and also, so the reason why this during a solar eclipse there could be a lot of chaos because it's gonna be totally dark in some areas, and I want to see it from my area also. You see, but I do want to explain that I doubt or some kind of apocalyptic scenario from the Bible times. It could be a sign of something getting closer, but I don't think. But anything could happen. I could be wrong. But just every time an eclipse or something happens, people say it has to do with something with the Bible. And God created the stars to align just in general, and it doesn't necessarily have to do with the other stuff. But it could. It could, and people need to be aware of that. That's why they don't want people to be in distress or a problem or something. I remember the world was supposed to end in 2012 when the Mayan calendar did something, and every time there's something that goes on, it has to do with something, but it's right. All right, so this is the map of the solar eclipse. You see the white one right here. That is the path, and it's very close to where I am, and I'll be able to see it. It's going to be very cool to see. Yeah. Right, exactly, Sarah. And also, but as I said, there is going to be a giant X that's going to be over the United States with these different eclipses that are going on. And they do like to talk about Planet X, which I believe, which is real. That will come in at some point, and it is interesting to see how it aligns with different cultures and stuff. So it's interesting, and people need to know about these things. But everybody needs to be, relax. I don't think anything bad's gonna happen. Hello, Cyber Chick. Welcome. It's been a while since. Well, you've been here with the phone live stream, but this is unexpected. Well, hello. Good to see you. Yeah. So this is the areas where you could see this eclipse. Very cool. And also, yes, and Sarah says, yeah, the biblical named cities both times, right? And also, the Bible named the cities both times, and it's possible that it was it was these cities. It could have been something else, or it could be these very cities. It could go either way, in my opinion. And I think it's also interesting how God created these phenomenons that happen in the sky. Very cool. Glad that you all are participating and coming through and saying hello. Yeah, it's going to go right over Texas. It too, from where he is. Oh, it's okay, Cyber. Yeah, and Cyrus says, hello, my place got hammered with rain yesterday and last night. Internet was crazy. Yeah, because that's what's going on right now. It's very wind. It's quite windy outside, and I think that's what's causing this issue, but I still want to go live anyway. But glad that you're okay, Cyber. And glad that everything's good with you and you're here this time. Oh, yeah, it's going, yeah, right over where she is, where Cyber is, in one of the areas, yes. Yeah, crazy winds and rain worldwide. Yeah, that is interesting. Yeah. And I'm sure the eclipse could have something to do with the weather patterns. And also, and many decades from now, they say decades, we don't really know when it's coming here, Planet X would come through our orbit. You're welcome, Cyber. Shows like where it starts and how it goes over the country. Now, it might be a little bit further down, but that region is like where it occurred. And that's the X, like that's going to cross over the country with the two different eclipses. It's similar to Planet X. It's similar to I saw some chemtrails recently, which is an X. And you see that's similar to Nibiru's pattern because Planet X, Nibiru, Planet 10, and X, and that's the same type of symbol you see with chemtrails, which I saw chemtrails recently. I think I just said a moment ago. Yeah, and Cyrus said, I am. She said I'm in Dallas, North in Texas. They are trying to prepare. I thought you were in Houston or Dallas. Yeah, facts. Yeah, Sarah says over there they have nasty chemtrails and they're nasty after. The air's nasty after. Yeah. I saw it recently. I took a video of it, and yeah, I remember on the playground, not in the playground, but PE in the playground, we used to see them all over the sky. I used to think it was like ships passing by, but no, it's something else. Yeah, that's true. Why does it do so? Tennessee Senate passes bill to ban on chemtrail conspiracy theory. Cyrus says, I tried recording I tried to record video of the Blue Angels flying over the 2017 celebration of it. Hello, Stranded. Welcome. Glad to see you that you came here. We're having a lot of wind, so it's causing the stream to be kind of glitchy unexpectedly. But glad to have you here with us. Stranded, it's been a while. Alright, so chemtrails, conspiracy theory. This is from Harvard. I'm just curious what they have to say about it. So, background. Chemtrails refers to the theory that governments or parties are engaged in a secret program to add toxic chemicals to the atmosphere from aircraft in a way that forms visible plumes in the sky, somewhat similar to contrails. Various different motivations for the alleged spraying of the speculated, including sterilization, reduction of life expectancy, mind control, or weather. We have not seen any credible evidence that chemtrails exist. See any evidence that governments were endangering their own citizens in the manner of alleged chemtrails conspiracy. We would be eager to expose and stop such activities. This is from the Harvard thing. Our research on albedo modification. We work on the theoretical proposals for combating global warming called solar geoengineering or albedo modification. These are technologies that might enable people to add materials to space, particularly masking or reducing the climate change due to accumulated greenhouse gases. Study of solar geoengineering is the very early stages, and the topic is rightly area of climate policy because if ever were tested at large scale or implemented, it could and would raise a range of serious socio-political and ethical issues. However, there is nothing secret about the study of albedo modification, with hundreds of publications about the topic in academic journals and hundreds of articles in mainstream media. You can find some of our work here. Remember as I said, I'm not saying to trust the source, but yeah, glad that you all this is what they say. And if they, so you're just seeing a perspective of what they think about it, or maybe they don't have the information, they could be covering it up. We could speculate about what they're really thinking. So, if they don't have the information, they don't have it, or if, and hopefully if they did have the information, they would expose it. But we'll see, or maybe they're hiding it. Right. So, continuing. We are confident there is no currently active program to actually test the implement albedo modification outdoors. We are not now involved in our outdoor experimentation, though we are indeed actively developing proposals for field and experiments. This experiment will proceed only if the conduct in fully transparent and public manner, and only if it passes comprehensive independent safety review. The experiment available, freely usable, no patenting. The chemtrails conspiracy theory. Because of the apparent similarities between the proposed implementation methods of albedo modification, such as injecting reflective particles into the stratosphere, and the alleged methods for producing chemtrails, some people have linked the notion of chemtrails to the study of albedo modification. Right. The cyber thinks they're going to probably cover it up. Right. Yeah. Which is unfortunate, but hopefully they're not. And they're saying there is no evidence of the existence of chemtrails. Extraordinarily, extraordinary claims require extraordinary proof. The claim that there is a large scale secret program to spray materials from aircraft is extraordinary, yet all the evidence we have seen to date has been very weak. The most claim is simple that aircraft controls look different without any comparative analysis. This is a convenient. In my opinion, there's the chemtrails. It's very bizarre that there's these strange aircraft that are spraying these strange X. It's like they're orchestrated to go X like this. My companion, my best friend, him and I would walk around at PE and also in the playground. When we were coming up, we grew up at school as like in grade school. And then when we got in high school, we were on the in the PE, and also before high school, we were in PE because he left around high school. He was saying that it was very bad and that the chemtrails had something to do with trying to poison us. He theorized that there's some kind of a chip in it or something. So it's something strange. Something strange. And so according to these people, if there really were a large-scale program dumping material from aircraft at the scale described, there would have to be large operating program to manufacture, load, and disperse materials. If such program existed at the scale required to explain the claimed amount of chemtrails, it would require thousands or perhaps tens of thousands of people. It would extraordinarily hard to keep such a program secret because it would be easy for a single individual in the program to reveal it using leaked documents, photographs, or actual hardware. Like, say, Edward Snowden exposed things, and we have different situations where people expose stuff. So it is interesting why no one has come out that are working with these, or whoever's doing this, to come out and say why they're doing that. Now, I always thought it was just airplanes traveling very high up in the atmosphere. But then again, there could be something else going on. So if they are covering it up, is what they're saying, that everybody, the thousands of people working on this project have been quiet. No one has exposed anything. So everybody's on par with it. Yes, Stranded. I remember when Gates talked about blocking the sun. Yes. And Stranded's full comment is, I noticed that since last summer, we had more cloudy days, more rain or snow than usual. Remember when Gates talked about blocking out the sun? Yeah, it's something to think about. So they're not denying it's true or not true. They're just saying if that all the people working on the chemtrail project are being silent and not exposing anything. Deny the possibility of it, but it's like if it is true, it's something really, really. A lot of people are corrupted. It shows you the corruption. Even if they're even hiding something, they know something. They're hiding something. If whatever it is, it shows there's some a lot of corrupted people. They're not giving us an answer what they are though. We don't know. Okay, maybe they're not chemtrails. What are they though? Why are they doing that? Yeah, facts. Moreover, if such a program was intended to cause harm to their fellow citizens, as alleged by people who believe in their chemtrail conspiracy, then people working in the program would have strong personal motivations to reveal it. We trust the governments will always do the right thing. So this is from Harvard. We don't trust the governments will always do the right thing, they're saying, but we do trust the goodwill of individuals who take risks to blow the whistle exposing government misdeeds. So they're saying that they agree with us that the government's untrustworthy and they need to expose it, and they trust that they're saying they have their fingers crossed that there are good people out there that would expose somebody in there will expose that there's something going on. All right. But, unfortunately, there's a lot of corrupted people, and I'll have to do my own research to see if there's any whistleblowers. That's something to look into. Are there any whistleblowers about these chemtrails? So they're just looking for the whistleblowers, like, say, there was Snowden. There's different people that whistleblowed. And maybe, I'll be hypothetical, maybe the people themselves that are working in this thing don't know that it's being toxic to people. Maybe they think they're doing something good. And I would think with the climate change and global warming crew, wouldn't that be disturbing to see all those chemtrails in the sky, whatever they are? They're putting something out in the atmosphere. So I think both sides would agree that this nefarious chemicals shouldn't be pumped in the atmosphere. But I will say about America, we go outside and it's clear blue sky, blue night, whatever. Over in China, it's cloudy. It's very thick smoke. Kind of like London. I don't know if it's still like that now. I have to ask my friends in London, but like there would be smog in London because of the factories and things like that. And in America, you don't have that really in most places. So I don't think our country, in my opinion, is producing a lot of pollution or contributing to pollution like these other countries. I think that America being the big spacious country it is adds help to that. And there's all kinds of different regions and things. So hopefully there are whistleblowers if the chemtrails are nefarious. Comments for people who believe in the chemtrails. If you believe in chemtrails, ask yourself how can be so certain that there is indeed a grand conspiracy. Consider an alternative simple explanations. Remember that the internet is filled with people who are completely sure about stuff that isn't true, which that is true. There are hoaxes, absolutely. Remember that while government can keep secrets, they're saying the government can keep secrets that involve only a few people. They do a very bad job of keeping large-scale programs secret. Like, say, the aliens, the alien conspiracy. There's been a lot of whistleblowers with the aliens. People have been coming out about the aliens. Now, it's been many, many years later, but people come out with the aliens. There's whistleblowers about the aliens and about the different things like that. So that is something that's a good point that they have. So it definitely shows that there's something missing in this equation, that you don't see the traditional whistleblowers. Maybe they haven't come out yet. Maybe they don't know what they're doing is wrong. Or maybe they are really bad and they just don't care what they're doing. And maybe, or possibly, could be wrong. But I would like to still know what is in that stuff. So those are the... And I still have my tinfoil hat on, but I'm also open to other ideas as well. Yeah, exactly, Stranded. Preach. Speaking of London, first King Charles gets diagnosed with cancer. Now Kate Middleton has been diagnosed. Yeah, that's very suspicious. It's like maybe they're doing another revolution, but they're not doing what they did to the royal family of Russia, the Tsar and family. They're just doing it more low key now. Prayers to them. I mentioned Kate Middleton earlier. Real unfortunate that she and the king are ill. Oh yeah, Sarah, today Kate Middleton put out about her cancer. She said that she's had operations and she's going to get chemo and she's in the process of all that, and she had an operation that wasn't tumorous. They thought it wasn't cancerous, but it is cancerous. Yeah. And remember, the Queen got not that this is a correlation or anything, but the Queen got the jab because she thought it was the right thing to do for the people. Like at one time, Trump thought it was the right thing too. And that was before people thought it was something nefarious. So I don't know if there's complications with that. That's a totally conspiracy theory. I don't know if it has anything to do with anything. But yeah, I wonder if something nefarious is going on with that. Yeah. Cyber says, plane equipment, etc. Oh, that's a very interesting app. Thank you. Yeah, it's very sad. comments for people who believe in chemtrails. If you believe in chemtrails yourself, how you can be certain that the chemtrails people government can keep secrets only you people. They do a very bad job of keeping large-scale programs secret, which is true. The Russians, for example, knew specific details about the Manhattan Project before, and that was the case where those involved had clear patriotic motivation to keep it secret. So this is a good example. So the Russians knew about the Manhattan Project. Nuclear weapons were tested, and there were people that leaked the formula about nuclear weapons to the Soviets, to the Russian Soviets, and over in Russia. So you can see a correlation here, how the government is not good at hiding information. So I'm going to do my research to see if there's any whistleblowers, and hopefully whistleblowers come out, because they're saying that when there's government conspiracies, because the government is untrustworthy, that you'll have whistleblowers. And they don't know of any whistleblowers. So that is interesting. Interesting point. So, but this doesn't mean it's not true. It could just mean they're very corrupted people. Or maybe, as I said, they don't know they're doing it. Or it could be a wrong conspiracy. Okay, so it's called Flight Radar 24. Alright. Of people who believe. Right. If you think that aircraft controls look different or are behaving strangely, consider that regular aircraft condens. Okay, this is an explanation. They're an explanation for the possibility of chemtrails. If you think that aircraft controls look different or are being strangely, consider that the regular aircraft contrails are sometimes long-lasting, and the way they look can change suddenly along a flight path as aircraft fly through regions with different temperature and humidity. This is well understood and has been demonstrated by ground observation by scientific research performed thousands of people over many decades. Of course, it is possible that something else is going on. So the Harvard's not denying that there could be something going on still. They're just saying up there, and the condensation trails can happen way up in the stratosphere. But something could still be going on, though. Okay. But to prove it, one would need more than a simple photographs of something that looks entirely consistent with normal contrails. I'll read that again. So if you think that, behaving strangely, so if you think like there's the chemtrails going on, consider that regular aircraft condensation contrails are sometimes long-lasting, and the way they look can suddenly along a flight path as an aircraft fly through the regions, up in the atmosphere, in the stratosphere, with different temperatures and humidity and stuff like that. But it still could be something. There could still be chemtrails, but they're just saying. But to prove it, one would need more than simple photographs or something that looks entirely consistent with normal contrails. So there's contrails, and I could look that up to show you what that looks like. So we do need more information to completely prove it, the conspiracy theory, but to definitely keep your tinfoil hats on about the situation. Right, and also, Sarah thinks Harvard is trying to control narratives. Yes. And also about it, and as I said, we need to dig into this a little bit more. All right, let's look this up. Contrails or vapor trails are line-shaped clouds produced by aircraft engine exhaust or change in air pressure. Typically at aircraft crushing altitudes several miles above the Earth's surface, they are composed primarily of water in the form of ice crystals. So this happens way up in the atmosphere, and with the ice and the different things up there, it makes. But doesn't mean the chemtrail thing isn't true. They're saying, but this is something that happens when the planes are very far up. But because you'll say it's very. Usually you'll see two of these things at the same time cross paths, like an X, like in sync with each other. What they'll be going like that, but it could possibly be that they're just way up in the atmosphere, and it could be just looking like that. So either way, it possibly could be true. The trouble with contrails is that clouds reflect heat. During the day, clouds reflect some of the sun's heat back to space, which cools the Earth, but they also reflect heat radiating from the Earth's surface and bounce it back towards the ground, which tends to warm the planet at night. So they're saying what these contrails do, if they're really chemtrails, or they're just, like the chemtrails, they're bad for the Earth's environment because it'll cause more heat to be directed back towards the Earth. Always keep your tinfoil hats on and question everything. Why do some planes not produce contrails? All jet engines can potentially produce contrails, but specific atmospheric conditions are required for contrail formation. Per the National Weather Service, the air needs to be both cool and humid. Conditions are most commonly found in crushing altitudes. You know how, like, when a rocket from space is coming back into Earth's orbit or leaving Earth's orbit and it leaves a streak, that because it's going out and crushing in the Earth's orbit like that? That's an example of that. And also something I'll add here is that I think that wouldn't the governments want to have the chemtrails and be secretive about it, because the chemtrails are real obvious. Like, wouldn't they want to be more low key about it or disguise it as something else? Would they want to be more invisible, or maybe they weren't able to be invisible and that's all they could do, or they could cover it up? So I'm not denying. I still believe it's very suspicious, of course, but I'm just giving you all different possibilities, different scenarios. And Stranded said, exactly, Sarah. Columbus International Airport is just east of where I live. Why are planes flying in north and south pattern parallel to the airport? Exactly. Yeah, that's another good point. It just doesn't make sense. Things don't add up. These clouds are contrails, short for condensation trails. Water vapor is one of the byproducts of jet fuel combustion and will turn into ice crystals in the cold air at the high elevations where the jet airplanes fly. Those ice crystals, which does not pose any public health risk, they say. Now, I will say that it wouldn't help with the environment, with the planet and stuff, like the global warming people. Like, I don't think it would help that situation. And also, ice crystals make sense because up there in the stratosphere and the atmosphere, it's very, very cold up there, especially in space. It's like way below freezing. So that would explain why the heat from the airplane zooming across the sky, all that engine fuel freezes and it just gets stuck there in the sky like that for a little while. But, why are they flying at those altitudes is another question. And Sarah says, great point. I think they need visualize them for some reason. Okay, thank you for saying that. Yeah. Maybe they want to do intimidation through fear. It could be a couple different things. Yeah, good point, Sarah. I like your point as well. There's different types of contrails. Contrails last longer when there is greater amount of water in the air. When all of the water in the clouds evaporates, the contrail disappears. There are three types of contrails. Excuse me. Short-lived, persistent, non-spreading, persistent, spreading. So there's different types. That's interesting. The way to avoid the contrail is to descend a little bit. Think like 2,000 feet, 4,000 feet. Blichtenstein said during 70 test flights from January 2023 to 2023 to June 2023, pilots used the data to make the slight altitude adjustment. Sarah says, what is happening at the altitude? Poisoning that which resides up there. Just throwing it out there. Okay, thank you. Yeah, exactly. These toxic chemicals that could be there. Strained says, plus they're flying at a higher atmosphere, not taking off or landing. They're not landing or taking off. Yeah, that's a good point too. I wonder how the fuel works with that. Because eventually I think they would need to refuel, or how it works, or they're like drones. So the way to avoid the contrail, so they're descending a little bit. Think like 2,000 to 4,000 feet. So during 70 flight tests, pilots have stopped going to the altitude that causes the chemtrails to reduce the chemtrail thing from happening, or what's called contrails. So they're trying to stop. That's why we haven't seen them as frequently, because maybe they don't want the contrails in the sky, so they descend it to 4,000 to 2,000 feet. So that doesn't happen. So, and chat, very good points of refuting what they're saying. I like what y'all saying. Good points. Now we're getting to the negative effects of contrails. Contrails, sometimes seen behind airplanes, have surprisingly large impact on our climate. The 2022 IPCC report noted that clouds created by contrails account for roughly 35% of aviation's global warming impact, over half of the impact of the world's jet fuel. So they're saying for the environment, with all these streaks in the sky, you see, it would cause a kind of like when you put a piece of foil over a hot food, and it will cause the heat that was already there to get more condensed and go back in. So what they're saying here is that the contrails would help this process. And it obviously is fuel that could be toxic, so it's good if the pilots can go down to 4,000 feet and stop this from happening completely. That would be good, because we don't know these chemtrails, contrails going in the sky and the atmosphere. It's not good. So hopefully they could stop doing that. And if there's a conspiracy, it should not be censored. That should be looked into. And I still have my tinfoil hat on over that situation about the chemtrails. But of course, I'm looking into it, seeing different opinions and perspectives, because I don't believe people should look into both parts of an idea, which ultimately leads you to the truth. But of course, there can be people that just don't want people to know the truth, so they can hide stuff. So both things should be tested. Why do 4 jet planes flying in the sky leave a trail behind them? The trail behind the jets is mainly due to condensation moisture in the atmosphere. These trails are called contrails. Stranded says, yeah, why would planes be in that area, a huge airport hub just passing by? It doesn't make sense. Exactly. I see what you're saying, that they're supposed to be landing, Maybe they're trying to fly to some other part and they just happen to fly over the airport to one state to the other or one city to the other and they just happen to pass by. But then again, it's like, why are they flying over? Just like, say, like a drone that's just constantly dumping this stuff over and over again. Like, say, they'll keep on going through the same spots or changing their position a little bit and keep on going to the same location. And they're not landing at the airport. They're just going and flying over it when they're supposed to be landing. So that is very suspicious, Stranded, that they're not landing at the airport. Where else are they going? It is very strange, Stranded, and I think that should be investigated because it adds to the mystery of the chemtrails, too. Why do some contrails disappear and some don't? If the air around the plane is very dry, the ice crystals will turn back into water vapor and disappear within a few minutes. So those contrails dissolve in the atmosphere and come down as water. However, humid air causes the ice crystals to remain and may even spread out, leaving a wider and longer lasting contrail that may be indigestible. That sounds very good, but cirrus clouds. And Sarah says something. Sarah says, Chick, after moving here and encountering a rod, aka skyfish, literally in our face, and learning that historically they are at fly altitudes, it started to me to wonder about the chemtrails. Hey, that's a good point. That may be that's a good point too. And also, certain beings can disguise themselves as stuff we know from the interdimensional beings. Sarah says, so true. Air traffic control have so much to do with. Yes. Okay. I'm still here. Alright, so that is the chemtrails. That's going on with that. It reminds me of a Windows from Windows XP. It reminds me the dark blue one on the left in that picture. It reminds me of the user account picture for the Windows XP. That was a really cool computer. Stranded says, when it comes to air shows like the Blue Angels, they add something to their planes to make smoke effects. Sometimes they put color in the front part of the show. I'm aware of that about the Blue Angels. I'm aware of that. Yeah, so that's a good point you made. Also, I like that. If you have the ISO file, you can install any supported guest OS's Parallels desktop. Yes, there are several users who successfully using Windows XP on their Macs with Parallels. This is kind of like a personal thing I was doing. So this is kind of like I'm about to go nerd out for a second. I'm about to geek out for a few minutes. So basically, being eclectic right now, kind of off topic. So Parallels is an application that could be used on Mac to install Windows, and basically with the other Macs before the M1 chip, you can put Windows. You could parallel the disk. You could partition the disk, the hard drive, and you could add a PC on it. So the Mac, this is something you probably would never even heard of. The Mac can have a PC or a Windows computer inside of it. Like you could log out and switch over to the Windows side or to the Mac side. So you would never really need to have a PC ever, because a Mac can have a PC inside of it. Like, but now what they do, since the M1 chip doesn't have the boot camp, it was called boot camp. The way to do it now is this application called Parallels, and you're able to put PC on the Mac, but it'll be in like a window, like you have a browser window. What you do with this other thing is you'll have like a separate window where you will have Windows, and you could download Windows XP, Windows 10, Windows 11, Windows whatever. So that's something very interesting. And like the reason why you have that is like, say the Mac is great for everything, but then there's like some games and stuff for applications that don't run on the Mac, because Mac isn't open sourced, which was for security reasons. And then with the Mac, you could have best of both worlds. Stranded says, Sarah, if I remember correctly, each controller has up to 20 planes to watch. They don't have them to deal with extras just to fly by. Well, thank you for explaining that. Like, here's an example. It's taking its time to load a picture. All right. Oh, okay. Maybe it's... Oh. Okay, reload it. Anyway, so, yeah, this is just an idea. You could see these little pictures right here about the PC on the Mac. All right. So, these are just some examples of the PC. Like, it has like a separate little window. You could have a couple of versions. Like, you could have Windows XP and the Windows 10 on two different things. Which I may get at some point, probably. And we could play little games, some other games that you can't play on this computer. And Cyber says, I have seen that a lot, Alien. They don't land, they keep making their round flight paths patterns. Okay, thank you. Thanks for that explanation. And Sarah says, they won't be able to report on chemtrails or any of those extras. And isn't it FAA regs that planes can be in the area of ports unless their landing makes zero sense? All of those planes overhead not landing. And says that would be cool if it worked on Mac and gave you more options. And also, but I like the Mac. I'm not complaining because this computer is fantastic. I don't like. I chose this over a Windows computer, and with all the different applications and stuff on it, it's in my opinion more secure than the and private than the other one. But it's like I don't even really play games that much, and I have all the applications I need on the Mac. But I do have nostalgia for the PCs, and also, as I said, to make your, which is your point you're making, Sarah, that I could play different games and stuff that I would be interested in, say for a stream or something, or for fun or whatever. So yes, you're right. That would be cool, and it's cool that they have that where you could play. You could have a Mac on a PC. You have a Mac and you could have a PC on the Mac. So yeah, that is cool, Sarah, that they had that feature on there. But yeah, like because people they like their Mac, but they could also have both. A lot of the shorts I do and the pictures I take would be great PC wallpapers. It's very similar. Those kind of wallpapers. And yeah, Sarah, that's what I'm talking about. The old school games. Yeah. And also the other thing with on Steam there's certain games like there's Spooky House of Jump Scares. I played with my friend at his house. That's another game that I played that would be really cool to do on the stream. And also the old games that would be cool to do also to make YouTube videos about the games and to play them on the streams. So yeah, that's something I probably will look into at some point to get this one. That's certainly something that I would get. Yeah, and Stern was saying, plus, isn't it FAA regulated that planes can't be in the area of ports unless they're landing? Makes zero sense, all these planes overhead not landing. Thank you for explaining that. Yeah, exactly. It's so cool. You see that in the picture, you have Windows 7, Windows XP, Windows 10. You just have a bunch of different types. And I like the PC game. I remember Sarah, I don't know if you played it, but I remember on my Windows XP, which I haven't used in years, it has this thing where you can play pinball. I like that game. Yeah, I just kind of just I went mute for a second. And also, yeah, so this is the game I'm talking about. Like the top left, you see his purple one, nerdiness. Everything just froze for a second, but that's okay. Stranded said he's a pinball wizard. That's got to be a twist. Pinball wizard got such a stubble wrist. Full 10 Pinball is a pinball video game developed by Cinematronics and published by Maxis in 1995. It features pre-rendered 3D graphics and three tables: Space Cadet, Scully Durgy, and Dragon's Keep. Okay, yeah, I'll listen to the song later. And published in Maxis in 1995. It was features of pre-rendered 3D graphics and three tables: Space Cadet, Skullduggery, and Dragon's Keep. On each table side displays shows the player scores, ball numbers, and player numbers, various other information, and table-specific images. That deaf, dumb, blind kid sure plays a mean pinball. Cyber, SL, I won't get fool again. No, no. And Cyber says, SO, there is a municipal an airport very near me. In my house, it is directly in their path. Gets busy. They have to is like yours. Okay, thank you, Strand, for letting me know. Full tilt pinball. Microsoft Windows. October 31, Halloween 1995. I remember during like my sophomore year and stuff. I remember now my XP's okay. It's stuck on an orange light, and it's like it needs to be rewired or something. I haven't done it, but it still works. And basically, I would sit in there with the flip phone because I had kind of like old school stuff because my grandparents. Well, I had an Apple computer and I had a Windows computer, and I that my friend that I talked with alien stuff with. So I was in like it's over this other room. It's a back room. It's kind of like a basement, but it's above ground. And I was playing the computer in there, and it was dark. And I was playing the pinball game. We're talking the about the girl I would eventually do the I'll go out with later on, and different things like that. And it was pretty cool. I enjoyed it playing the games. So like the PC to me is like an arcade. And this computer can play games too. And also remember how I like the different technology because that technology was kind of like old school. I like vintage stuff. Yep, that's the game. Let's look this up real quick. YouTube, naughty YouTube kicked you. And Stranded says, by the way, while I have y'all here, does anyone else have issues with YouTube Shorts? Yeah, like yeah, y'all could answer to see if y'all had a problem like she has. I haven't had a problem with that at any point so far. Yeah, so it comes in a box. Sarah says, yeah, well, she says about the game, great GRFX facts. And she says to Stranded, if playing, then I'm stuck in one I watched. Well, that is an issue, not at playing. Yeah, so my grandpa must have bought the game and put it on the PC. That must be how it got on there. Shout out to him. That's pretty cool. Spaceship Cats. Yeah, facts. Yeah, facts are. Yeah, he was the one that gave me the PC, and then he later, like the first Mac I had was the one that he gave me. He bought me. And well, the original computer was that old Mac that I told you all about, and that was this old. And then he gave me a newer one, and then he gave me the other one, the PC, because he liked computer stuff like I do. Hello, Rebel. Good to see you. And earlier I was talking about the lieutenant from the trial. His name was Lieutenant Quinn. When I was playing the game, I just wasn't really, I didn't say his name. So about the Nephilims. Oh yeah, good to see you, Rebel, and glad that you're chilling. So the Hebrew word Nephilim is sometimes translated as giants, and sometimes as its yeah. So Rebel, earlier I was talking about some different stuff. Like there's no one was really here, but I was talking about some ranting about different things. But I could, I want to go over the ranting again since there's people here. So basically, I was talking about that, and I was going to go over some things I went over last time, but then I got an audience over time, but I was just talking about different things, and we are talking about chemtrails and stuff like that to warm up the conversation. So we're just talking about a variety of different things. But yeah, just to let y'all know, like in humans, and there are giants, and also that the mermaids were some kind of creature that has to do with some sort of demonic being that would be appearing as a mermaid or some sort of offspring of the hills that are in the sea. Given it that it's not fiction, that if it was something real, that's what those things were. Now they, and they say like fairies and stuff. Now they appear as aliens and stuff like that. So with the trials I was watching, so basically the judge in Georgia seems to have some sort of poor conduct, and the attorney was going to stand on the ground and stood up to the judge last time, and he was like he didn't like what was going on, and he was saying like he would die right now. Like that's what Steele said, and I admired that Steele would stand up for what he believed in. And also, Detective Quinn was talking. He was being interviewed today because there's this guy that they had to stand for a while now, and he said he didn't remember anything. This from 2013, constantly just didn't remember. So this time they had the lieutenant that interviewed him, and he was talking about his conversation with him. So that was a really good thing to see. And as I keep on saying this forever, it's disappointing that the mods were taken out, unfortunately, and Addy was taken out. That was not, no, I didn't like that. And then the chat was getting, that chat over there was getting a little bit too political today. And I don't mind politics, as you all know, but with this other group, it's like the political thing wasn't a thing, and everybody, regardless of the political stuff, got along. So yeah, so that was to give you all a glimpse of my rant from earlier that I was talking to myself about. But since you all here, which I intended it to be, I'm talking to y'all now that are here. And Stranded says something, and I'm going to put a period here. So okay. Stranded says, Sarah, they're on the regular feed, but none of them will play. Can't watch Aliens garden updates. Well, I'm gonna have a garden update, a video garden update. Okay, so there will be a video one. So, and also I'm going to do more lives in my garden. And also, so yeah, so y'all know these are Nephilim, the giants that need comfort. And yeah, Rebel, I remember when one of the times you were here, we were talking about the Jason movies. That I enjoyed that a lot. That was really cool. We'll do another ones about that. So just to paraphrase about what happened with and also with the Nephilims, they're these giants from the old religions were descendants of these gods, like what's his name, Orion, like the Orion constellation, and the Bible talks about there's these fallen angels that do with humans. So it seems like it correlates with each other. So I want to give you all a little bit of a glimpse of what I talked about last night. But going back to pinball for a second. So pinball, I could just copy and paste. Oh, that's good, Rebel. I remember you were telling me about that. So Rebel in his garden, he has garlic that's coming up. Yeah, that's great. I need to grow some garlic. I don't know if the one that I had from a long time ago is coming up, but I'll have to get some garlic. Well, you like the nighttime live, yeah. Yeah, shout the garlic. Yeah, free stranded. Yeah, free stranded. Yeah, they like cool. So right now, it's cooler weather right now down here, but it's not going to be cool in a little while from now. Yeah, give it a moment to breathe. Oh, okay. I'm still here. Oh. So yeah. Anyway, it is the chemtrails we were talking about. Well, no. I thought I was out of this world, but no, I'm still here. But now that's taking a little while to load. Hmm. Okay. Yeah, but I was talking about on the PC how I played a pinball game. All right, so Rebels said that he grew. Rebels said, just go to the store and get a head of garlic and place each of the close root side down, and you'll be good to go. And Rebel says, yes, I don't like onions. Well, thank you for sharing that with us, Rebel. And Sarah says, oh, now that's time. So, okay, Rebel, I'll look forward to seeing your garden update when you do it. Shout out the Rebel. Cool people. And also, yeah, because I think garlic is, so, when sometimes in New Orleans you'll have certain people that do things, and we had some popping in the distance because some of the brothers, the gangsters, the homies must have gotten to a bit of a tussle. All right, so that's what that was in the background. I'm sure you all know that. And so it was a PC game that I played on my Windows XP, and my grandpa put the game on the Windows XP at some point, way in the past, at some point, a long time ago, in the 2000s, and I played games, and that was pretty cool. And basically, what happens is in the game, you play the pinball, and I enjoyed it. And also, I was saying with the parallels on Mac, you get parallels, so you could get the Mac on, you could get a Mac, and then you could have Windows on the Mac through parallels. And so Rebel was saying like you can get like they don't have Boot Camp anymore on Mac, so they have the parallels. They could it's like a paid thing, and there's a free version also, and you could like get with different Windows versions to play these different games. So I thought that was pretty interesting. And Stranded says, "Rebel, do I need to peel them?" And he said, "Yes, you got to peel them." All right. Yeah, and Stranded said, "I'm growing a variety of different peppers and stuff like that. Some new ones." All right. Pinball 3D Space Cadet. All right, so here we have. So Rebel, this is the game I was talking about. Full tilt pinball. Yeah, this is the game. Full tilt pinball, and it was in 1995. It was created, and it's like it comes in a box with like a CD. So like I was figuring out like how it got in the computer, that old computer. So it was like he bought the game physically and put it on there. Stranded said, "I wish I had space for a full garden. Can't trust the food in the stores these days and the prices." Oh yeah, exactly. I agree. That's why it's good growing your own food and stuff. I think it's really cool. Yeah, these are like just different versions of the game. This is the version of the game that I played August 24, 1995. All right, so yeah, that's the game I played. Yeah, this is the garlic that he's talking about, which of course you all would know what that is. Oh, okay. So yeah, that's this is garlic. Really nice. It keeps away the vampires. Briefly, I'll go over this. So we're talking about mermaids this like last time and the Friday before that, and so basically in these mermaids, and there's a theory that if these things were real or they appeared to people, it was some sort of one of those interdimensional beings like aliens and like the fallen angels, or some sort of, from a religious perspective, the offspring of the fallen angels and some sort of sea creature. And The Western concept of mermaids as beautiful, seductive singers may be influenced by the sirens of Greek mythology, so it comes from the Greeks. And every single culture all over the world, in the ancient world, from India to Japan, Asia to Europe, all over the place, they have different types of mermaids to fit into different settings. Like they'll have one that looks like an Indian style, looks like a Japanese style, a European style. Just like say with aliens, they'll appear to different people in different places individualistically, and also say you have ghosts and things. So if this was just a mantis, it was some sort of a fallen, one of those strange beings, those shape-shifting things, or an offspring of it. Like I was talking with the Nephilim, and they were created through angels and humans. This is something similar to that. As when I was running one of the ads recently about one of the videos, I was thinking about it like I was talking about the leprechauns, how that was from Ireland, that thing was some sort of like a genie, like the jinn from the Middle East, from the culture of that region. Like the genie, you rub the bottle and it gives you a wish. Same thing with the leprechaun, but they'll appear to the Irish the way they'll appear to the people in the Middle East in their mythology. Also, so fairies and stuff, vampires, now things, the shapeshifters. And as I said, this through the biblical perspective, they could be descendants of those things. See, that was just what I was talking about yesterday and the other time. And like, for instance, historical accounts of mermaids, such as those reported by Christopher Columbus during his expedition in the Caribbean, may have been sightings of the mantis manatees, which is this giant blob sea creature thing that looks nothing like a... And also, they talk about merewif, Old English related term, and it appears once in reference not so much to the mermaid, but a certain sea hag, which had to do with Beowulf. Beowulf's the English warrior that defeated Grendel, which Grendel was a Nephilim thing, because they say some of the Nephilim survived by going into the mountains. Like there's a story in Afghanistan that there's some sort of Nephilim creature that is trying to cause trouble in Afghanistan in the mountains. And that so Grendel was one of those things that survived the flood, or its ancestor did, and there's a mead hall where they're trying to drink alcoholic honey and hang out, but then this giant monster comes and kills everybody. So the sea hag, Merwith, is Grendel's mother, that was also defeated. So, and that Grendel was a descendant of Cain, which Cain has something to do with the Nephilims and stuff like that. So that's just from the perspective about how all those things tie together. They're in medieval times. They're in all these different time periods. Now, we didn't really read about the ones in Ireland and Scotland. I'll read about that. In Britain and Ireland. I'll read about this. This is something I didn't go over yesterday. But basically, yesterday I talked about the Scandinavian ones, and the Chinese, the Korean, the Japanese, and the Indian ones. And the ones from Eastern Europe. So pretty much all over the old world. And they showed some depictions of these creatures, and they're very strange looking. Chat thought these things are very strange looking. I'll show you all in a moment. Yeah, Sarah said there's a lot of strangeness in Kane's lineage. And Stranded was saying to Rebel, unfortunately, she lives in an apartment building. The one place I have to walk through the balcony, plus I'm next to the stairs, so I can't have too much. Yeah. That's unfortunate. I wish there was a way where more people could have gardens and stuff. That's why I was telling my grandma I'd rather have a small house like I do with a gigantic yard to grow stuff. Right. The Norman Chapel and Durham Castle, built around 1078, has has probably the early. Okay, I'll start over. The Norman Chapel in Durham Castle, built around 1078, has what is probably the earliest surviving artistic depiction of a mermaid in England. It can be seen on a south-facing capital above one of the original Norman stone pillars. Mermaids appear in British folklore as unlucky omens, both foretelling disaster and provoking it. Several variants of the Ballad of Sir Patrick Spens depicts a mermaid speaking to the doomed ships. In some versions, she tells them they will never see land again, and others she claims they are near the shore, which they are wise enough to know means the same thing. Mermaids can also be a sign of approaching rough weather, and some have been described as monstrous in size up to 2,000 feet. Well, that's a big mermaid. Yeah, unlucky omen. You see, another thing I want to point out about fortune tellers, people that tell the future and stuff like that, that's prohibited. Sorcery, that's what these things are doing. They're being like sorcerers. You see? Because if you know the future, you don't have a free will anymore. Choice. If you have no choice, there's no free will. Therefore, you're just damned. In another short ballad, Clerk Colville, and also, this is in the British Isles in Ireland. The mermaid seduces the title character and foretells his doom. It has been summarized that in the original complete version, the man was being penalized through the Scandinavian counterparts and tells the complete story feature an elf woman or an elf queen rather than the mermaid. Yeah, thank you, Sarah. Thank you. Mermaids have been described as able to swim up rivers to freshwater lakes. One story, the Lord of Laurenite went to aid a woman he thought was drowning in the lake. The servant pulled him back, warning that it was a mermaid, and mermaid screamed at them that she would have killed him if it were not for his servant, but mermaids could occasionally be more beneficent, teaching humans cures for certain diseases. Mermen have been described as wilder and uglier than mermaids, with little interest in humans. A mermaid came to the Cornish village of Zenor, where she used to listen to singing of Trostair, Matthew Teruella. The two fell in love. Matthew went with the mermaid to her home in Pondur Cove on a summer night. The lovers can be heard singing together. The legend record by folklorist William Butler stems from a 15th century mermaid carving on a wooden bench, the Church of St. Zenera, or Zenor. Some tales raise the question of whether mermaids have immortal souls. Answering in the negative in Scottish mythology, a Sisage is a freshwater mermaid throughout little. Besides, the term has been preserved in folklore. Mermaids from the Isle of Man. known as Ben Vari, who carried a stranded mermaid back into the sea and was rewarded with the location of treasure. Another recounts the tale of baby mermaid who stole a doll from a human girl but was rebuked by her mother and sent back to a girl with a gift of a pearl necklace to atone for the theft. A third story tells of a fishing family that made regular gifts of apples to a mermaid and was rewarded with prosperity. In Irish lore, Liban was a human being transformed into a mermaid after 3 centuries. When Christianity came to Ireland, she was baptized. The Irish mermaid is called Miro, and tales such as Lady Glorious, published in the 19th century. That's interesting. That's like a shapeshifter, and it converted. Thanks, Sarah. You have this Scandinavian one, Hoofer. The mermaid corresponds to Danish and Bokmål Norwegian half fewer, whereas merman answers to Danish Norwegian halfmand. As a side note, a supposed Old Norse half fewer is etymological source to Norman French havite for a man snatching water spirit according to linguists. Thanks, Sarah. Early description of Halfjord. Her mate Halfmand was given to the Danish bishop Pont Opiden. They were considered mating female and male of creatures inhabited of the North Sea, and their offspring was called mermale, as reported later by commentators. Though he was aware of the fabulous fables being told about them, he was convinced such a creature existed, but as they were non-human, he argued the term halfmund merman should avoid in favor of some coined terms such as sea ape. He also knowingly employed Norwegian Norse margi. According to a version of the saga of Saint Olaf, the king of Norway encountered a Margyr who, seeing lured voyagers to sleep, causing them to drown, and whose high-pitched shrieks drove men insane. Her physical appearance described is thus: she has a head like a horse with ears erect and distended nostrils, big green eyes, and fearful jaws. She has shoulders like a horse and hands in front, but behind she resembles a serpent. This Margjarger was also said to be furry like a seal, gray colored. Also, they had them in Greece, in the Byzantine Empire, and the Ottoman Greek folklore. So Greece was taken over by the Ottomans, which was this was Turkey, and they took over Greece and also up into Eastern Europe, into Bosnia and that part. And they so that's why the Byzantine and Greek and Ottomans are associated with each other. The concept of the siren, both mermaid-like creature and part bird-like, persisted in Byzantine Greece for some time. The Physiologius began switching the illustration of siren as that a mermaid as an version dated in the 9th century. The 10th century Byzantine Greek dictionary Suda still favored the avian description. There is a modern Greek legend that Alexander the Great's sister Thessalonike, I said that wrong, Thessalonike, turned into a mermaid after her death. Living in the Aegean, she would ask the sailors on any ship she encountered only a question: is the King Alexander alive? To which the correct answer was he lives and regains and conquers the world. This answer would please her, and she would accordingly calm the waters and bid the ship farewell. Any other answer would enrage her, and she would stir up a terrible storm, dooming the ship and every sailor on board. This legend derives from Alexander romance entitled Phil Edada Tohu Megala Alexandro, dating to the Ottoman Greek period, in 1680. As I said, the Ottomans took over Greece, and they conquered them for a little while. Eastern Europe, Rus Alkas are the Slavic counterpart of the Greek sirens and naiads, often seducing sailors to their doom. The nature of Rus Alkas varies among folk traditions, but according to ethnologist Zelenin, they all share a common element. They are the restless spirits of unclean dead. They are usually the ghosts of young women who died a violent or untimely death, either by murder or suicide before their wedding, especially by drowning. Rusalakas are said to inhabit the lakes and rivers. They appear as beautiful young women with long pale green hair and pale skin, suggesting a connection with floating weeds and days spent underwater in faint sunlight. They can be seen after dark dancing together under the moon and calling out to young men by the name, kind of like gypsies, luring them to the water and drowning them. The characterization of Rus Alkas as both desirable and treacherous is prevalent in Russia, Ukraine, and Belarus, and was emphasized by 19th century. Okay, I got a little distracted for a second. All right, so rebel sirens. Yeah, this is something similar to sirens. Okay, so a siren is a type of mermaid. Is a type of mermaid from Greece. It's a Greek word, and these things are similar to the sirens. It's not a siren. Like, you hear a siren go off. The reason why it's called a siren is because they have these screeches. So that's why the siren was named after the siren mermaid. So that's what these things are that they're talking about in Eastern Europe, because it was connected to Greece. So yeah, Belarus, and was emphasized by 19th century Russian authors. The best known of the great Czech nationalist composer Antonin Dvorak's operas is Rus Alaka. In Sadko, an Eastern Slavic epic, the title characterized in the adventure merchant of Gusli, musician from Novgorod. You're welcome, Rebel. You're welcome. Lives for some time the underwater court of the Caesar. So the Caesar, this word czar is connected to Caesar. The czar was the king of Russia. The czarina would be the queen of Russia. But they were taken out by the communists during the revolution. Flag of the czar, but now it's the Russian Federation. And Marines, his daughter Krivana, before finally returning home. The tale inspired such works in the poem Sadko, Alexei Tolstoy, Sad by Nikolai Rimsky, and the painting Sadko by Lile Ripin. The mermaid lives in the water like that, and it looks like this little demonic thing. And it has an elixir that's consuming the flesh to be bestowed on remarkably longevity. So this thing wanted you to eat its flesh, like they say with Christianity, and the mermaid's saying to eat the flesh, and they'll have a longer life if they eat the flesh of the thing. So it's a East Polynesia. This is what the mermaids look like over there. So they look different everywhere they go. And Thailand is a daughter of Toshakath, appearing in the Thai and other Southeast Asian versions of Ramayana. She is a mermaid princess who tries to spoil humans' plans to build a bridge to Lanka, but falls in love with him instead. Cambodia, she's referred to as Savannah the Matcha, a favorite Cambodian audience. Bin al-Octagon, mermaid, is a queen in the sea who married the mortal Magino and ruled humanity for a time along with Locano. Mermaids were said to have propagated and spread through the union of the first Sirena, the first Leto, a water god. Miami, water. Our water spirits ventured in west central Southeast Africa and the African diaspora, the Caribbean parts, North Central and South America. They are usually female but are sometimes male. They're regarded as diabolical beings that are often femme fatales, luring men to their deaths. Persian word men Eli, meaning mermaid. In Zimbabwe, mermaids are known as ninzuzu. They are believed to be solitary and occupy one body of water. Individuals may be benevolent or malicious. Angry jinzuzu may be blamed for unexpected misfortunes such as bad weather or a sudden disappearance of people. Benevolent ninzuzu are thought to reside in peaceful lakes or rivers. If a person goes missing near such lakes or rivers, they must have been taken to Ninzuzu to obtain the person's release. Local elders will brew beer as a proportionary offering and ask Ninzuzu to return person alive. Those seeking the person's release are not supposed to cry or shed tears. If the Ninzuzu releases the person, they will become or be regarded as a Naanga, or traditional healer with knowledge of herbs, medicine, plants, cures. All right, I'm glad that you all are here listening and for and liking the content. So, 1001 Arabian Nights. Rebel, this is an epic. All right, this is the title is epic, and it's an epic tale, a chronicles. These Arabian princes. One of them has his wife cheated on him, and they go on this long journey together. And it's the inspiration for Aladdin and stuff like that. And it was during the Islamic Golden Age, and you could see like the dude chilling. And also, the 1001 Nights collection includes several tales featuring the sea people, such as Jul Anar, the Seaborn, and her son King Badar Basim of Persia. Unlike the depictions of mermaids in other mythologies, these are automatically identical to land-bound humans, differing only in their ability to breathe and live underwater. They can do and interbreed to live underwater. In the tale of Abdullah the fisherman and Abdullah the merman, the protagonist, Abdullah the fisherman, gains the ability to breathe underwater and discovers an underwater society that portrays inverted reflection of society land. An underwater society follows where concepts like money and clothing do not exist. The adventures of Bull Yukia. He encounters societies of mermaids. USO's hilarious. Yeah, no clothing rebel. Nope. Yeah. And Brazilian folk, this is in the Americas. The American Neo nations of the Caribbean identify mermaids called Akaya with attributes of the goddess Jaguar and hibiscus flower and Majagua tree hibiscus. In modern Caribbean culture, there is a mermaid Haitian voodoo called Loa, called La Serene, respecting wealth, beauty, and the Orisha Yem Aya. In Brazilian folklore, the Iria, also known as said he just posted. I'll check it out later too. In Brazilian folklore, the Iria, also known as the Maya Dagua, Lady Mother, is water-dwelling beauty whom fishermen are prone to fall prey to. According to 8th century sources, she is a long-haired woman who enchants men by night, and those who succumb die, drown. Passion folklore also blamed disappearances of men on the lore who lured them singing an indigenous language. Other commentators insist it as a beautiful white woman who lives in the river. So it's a beautiful white woman that lives in the river with golden haired, blonde, blue eyed. So this is like down in South America, in Brazil. So this is what those indigenous people saw there. So it's interesting that they had that. Which are these like sexual female beings that do stuff. And also their mournful songs of death, that's what they heard, has also been heard in the coastal inhabitants. Also multiple Nereids have washed up in the shore, according to the leg Attus, governor of Gaul, who informed the Emperor Augustus about it in a letter. In natural history, Pliny the Elder remarked that Triton merman was seen in the coast of Isipo, present-day Portugal, and before the physical appearance, in accordance with the common notion of the Triton, according to deputation of the Lisbon, who reported it to Emperor Tiberius. One, contrary to popular notion, the true Nereids are not smooth-skinned in their human-like portions, but covered with scales all over the body. Their mournful songs at death have also been heard by the coastal inhabitants. Also, multiple Nereids have washed up in the shore, according to the leg Attus, governor of Gaul, who informed the late Emperor Augustus about it in a letter. Stranded, thank you for staying up late with us, and I'm glad I got to show you what for coming tonight. Have a good night and a great weekend. Blessings. In the age of exploration in the Americas and polar frontiers. In 1493, sailing off the coast of Hispaniola, Christopher Columbus spotted 3 mermaids, Spanish sirenas, which he said were not as beautiful as they are represented due to the masculine features in their faces. He also widely believed to have seen manatees, not mermaids, during Henry Hudson's second voyage on 15 June 1608. Members of his crew reported sightings of mermaid in the Arctic Ocean, either in Norwegian or Barents seas. The Dutch explorer David Daniel, during his expeditions to Greenland in 16. So this creature thing is the siren that they saw. This crazy looking freakazoid thing right here. So this is one of the creatures that they saw. Bartholian. This is what Bartholian saw. It's like we're on a ship and you see these things in the water. It's kind of scary. And scripture tells that the fallen angels created things with the sea creatures. So there's like sea creatures that have been linked to fallen angels. So this being true, that is an example of that. Nude creature lives matter. Danish physician, natural historian Thomas Bartholian in Brazil, probably Manetti, and subsequently dissected a at Leiden, though referred to a text as a seaman Homo marinus from Brazil. The account was accompanied by an engraved drawing captioned Sarini, whose appearance was that of a humanoid female with barred breasts, and the specimen body was deformed and without the sign of a tail, marching the drawing of a membrane that joined the fingers together also reflected a drawing as well as her webbed pair of hands, forepaws. It is wrong. Bestiality, pretty much. And creatures of the sea, which is kind of strange to think about. Also, creatures on the land. It's crazy. Specimen's account and illustration was later reproduced by Linnaeus, who captured and beast Cyrene Bartholini. Looks like Chuck Schumer. So basically, it also could have been created by aliens in a laboratory, like the Greys, those Watchers. They could have taken the DNA from those two things and mixed them together in like a laboratory. I know this sounds very far-fetched to people that don't understand what I'm trying to say here, but humor me. So basically, this would be, which is I believe is true. It's also would be a good line in a movie. So basically, they took like a DNA of like a human or with them, and they took the DNA of mermaids and they created a hybrid creature. Yeah, eyes are Chuckish. Mixing up body parts, Burr calling Miss Chalet. Hello, my name is Linus. Alright, so Bartholian was actually not the sole proprietor of the specimen, but came into possession of it in his hand and ribs, which he also illustrated in his book. Figures above, based on illustration, the hand has been determined to be front flipper belonging to a Manete by a team of researchers. Stranitz said, "What I meant to say was Sarah said why I never say beam me up hybrid projects." Yeah. There you go. Yeah. So it's possible also, rather than direct reproduction, that they took the DNA from the two creatures and they mixed them together in like a laboratory. Bartholian himself had argued that it was a sea mammal closely related to seals. His rationale was since there were several marine counterparts to land mammals. Alright, this is in Southeast Asia. And they have some crazy ears, and they have their fish tails, and it's quite intense. This man said it's Nessie. Hilarious. So John Johansson Johnston, naturalist, that's what they came up with. And also Sarah. There you go, Mary Shelley, author of Frankenstein. A type of mermaid referred to as an anthromophorus or a woman fish allegedly inhabited the Spanish-ruled Philippines, particularly in waters around the Visayas Islands, according to contemporary writings from the 17th century. The accounts are found in several books on various topics from magnetism to natural history to ecclesiastical history. Elastical history. These books refer to the mermaids, piscis, anthropomorph, human-like they appear in their upper bodies, as well as providing wood etchings illustrating the male and female part of the human part of the creature. Womanfish Perche Mujer was the name given to the creature among the Spaniards, but the sources also state it was called Doyon by indigenous people, and is assumed to be actual creature was Dugong. And those are some other ones, like a drawing of these a fish, and you put like a human on it. It was supposedly allegedly Eucus in 17th century was the so-called Ambonia mermaid, which is a leading researcher has referred to as Samuel Faulurus Sarini, after the man who came into possession of it and made an original painting of the full color. The painting was reproduced by published in 1719. It was supposedly caught by Borin and Boone province in present-day Maluku province, presumably around the years 1706, 1712, or perhaps the year 1712 precisely. During this period, Faulurus served briefly as soldiers from VOC Dutch East India Company, starting June 1706, but turned associate curate for the Dutch Reformed Church, September 1706 to June 1712. Right, you could see that being mistaken for something super lanky. Yes, I agree. She was reported to survive 4 to 7 days. Mermaid was Dutch, with 59 Dutch inches, 5 feet long, in Rhineland measures. She reportedly survived 4 days and 7 hours in water tank, died after refusing food, and was giving urated no intelligible sounds, or using sounds like screeching of a mouse. That's a reconstruction of a mermaid right there. And also, that they had these creatures in China, they had them all over the place. In Japan. And this is a fake, an alleged fake. And you could see it's like they put a monkey, and they put a monkey thing and made like a mermaid thing. It's Pelosi right there. And this is the one from Japan. Look like gremlins. A celebrated example of the mermaid hoax was a Fiji mermaid exhibited in London in 1822 and later in America. P.T. Baumum in 1842. The case investigators claimed to have to not block my viewing Wikipedia, traced the mermaid's manufacturer to a Japanese fisherman. Rebels said, I remember seeing that on Ripley's Believe It or Not. Alright, thanks for sharing. Sarah says something inspired people for Millennium to write of merfolk. Exactly. Like you see in this other time period before modern technology, the theory is that, okay, there's probably some creatures that were created by aliens or fallen angels, whatever you want to call them, or gods, or or villains, and these hybrid creatures were created. Also, there are leprechauns at one time, and these mythical creatures like fairies and mermaids, and then now they appear as aliens and stuff. So, just those are just through the conspiracy theory, through the perspective of the Bible and the Book of Enoch and the other scriptures. This is what we can. Those are theories of what these creatures could have been, given that they were real. Pelosi, I can see her being on that show. Fake mermaids made in China by a Malay archipelago out of monkey in Europe by Dutch traders since the mid-16th century. Their manufacturers are thought to go back to earlier. The manufacture of mermaids in Japan, especially in the Kyushu region, as the souvenir industry targeting foreigners. Morai Bain painted full-color illustrations of such compositely manufactured specimens in the Ichikal tract for much of the Edo period. Nagasaki was the only trade port open to foreign countries and the only place where non-Japanese aliens, well, that's good to know, could reside. Jan Koch Bolmhof, Dutch East India Company director stationed in Jema, Nagasaki, known to have these and other specimens known as the National Museum of the Netherlands. Water tank in imprisoning mermaids performed in 1939. New York World's Fair. It was part of the dream of Venus. Illustrated surrealist art. Salvador Dali. That's a very good artist. The mermaid interacted with Oscar. Obedience, octopus, and ongoings were portrayed by E.L. Doctorow's novel World's Fair. Professional female drivers have performed as mermaids at Florida's Weeki Springs since 1947. The state park calls itself the only city of live mermaids and was extremely popular in the 1960s, drawing almost 1 million tourists per year. Most of the current performers work part-time while attending college, and all certified scuba divers. They wear fabric tails and perform ballet. Alright, Sarah. And all of the certified scuba divers, they wear fabric tails and perform the ballet for audiences. An underwater stage with glass walls. Children often ask mermaids are real and partakes, the PR director said, just like the AMA are Japanese skin divers, predominantly women who have been in action for at least 2,000 years, starring the 20th century, and have increasingly been regarded as tourist attraction and operate of reefs near the shore, and some perform sightseers and instead of diving to collect harvests, they have been romanticized as mermaids. Scientific inquiries which the scientific community has put down about mermaids, thermal regulation, heat for the body and stuff, evolutionary mismatch, reproductive challenges, digestive differences between mammals and fish, lack of physical evidence, pure comfort. Literature. Cravings are intertwined only by achieving true love with her soul, bind with humans and become everlasting. But the mermaid's fishtail possesses an insurmountable obstacle for enticing humans and a sea which often portioned to before to the chat last night that hairstyle, that one with the harp has, is very similar to my girlfriend had at the prom. She had her hair like that, and it's a nice hairstyle. And also, mermaid's tongue, beautiful voice. The mermaid endures the excruciating pain of having a human leg, and despite inability to speak, almost succeeds in welding the prince for a magic twist of fate. The mermaid is doomed unless the stabs of the prince with a magic knife on wedding night. She refuses to harm him and dies, the mermaid way dissolving into foam. However, her selflessness has earned her the second chance at salvation, and she is resurrected as an air spirit. Can she play Pantera on that? Yes. Yes, she can, Rebel. Anderson's work has been translated into over 100 languages. One of the main literary influences for Anderson's Mermaid was Undine, an earlier German novella about water nymph, whose main literary influences for Anderson's Mermaid was Undine, an early German novella about a water nymph who could obtain immortal soul by marrying a human. Anderson heroine inspired a bronze sculpture in Copenhagen harbor and influenced the Western literature works such as Oscar Wilde's Fisherman in the High Seas. H.J. based off of the legends of Saint Serena and the Mermaid of Zenor. Art and music. Sculptures and statues of mermaids can be found in many countries, and countries with over 130 public art mermaid statues across the world. Countries with public art mermaid sculptures include Russia, Finland, Lithuania, Poland, Romania, Denmark, Norway, England, Scotland, Ireland, Germany, and Netherlands, Belgium and France, Spain, Italy, Austria, Switzerland, Greece, Turkey, China, all over the world. Belgium, France, Spain, Italy, Austria, Switzerland, Greece, Turkey, India, China, Thailand, South Korea, Japan, Guam, Australia, New Zealand, Brazil, Ecuador, Colombia, Mexico, Cayman Islands, Mexico, Saudi Arabia, Jeddah, United States, including Hawaii and U.S. Virgin Islands, and Canada. Some of these mermaid statues have become icons in their city or countries and are major tourist attractions in themselves. The Little Mermaid statue in Copenhagen is also an icon at the city, as well as Denmark and Havis or Amada. Statue symbolizes the rebirth of the city of Helsinki. The Syringa mermaid as part of the coat of arms of Warsaw and is considered a protector of Warsaw, which publicly displays statues of their mermaid. An influential image was created by pre-Raphaelite painter John William Waterhouse from 1895 to 1905, entitled A Mermaid, an example of late British Academy style artwork. The piece debuted to considered an acclaim secure Waterhouse place as Mermaid of the Royal Academy, but disappeared into a private collection and did not resurface onto the 1970s. It is currently once again in the Royal Academy's collection. Waterhouse Mermaid grooms her hair with comb and mirror. The stereotypical implements of a mermaid, likely designed to portray her as a temptress, and her red hair, auburn hair, is matched to the hair of the color of Venus. Waterhouse's Siren 1900 also depicts the siren as a mermaid, a short representing the female fatal, drawing men to destruction. In the modern age, of course, the word siren is used as a synonym of female, of femme fatale. Mermaids were a favorite subject of Reinhard Wegelin, a contemporary Waterhouse. He painted an image of the mermaid of Zenor, as well as several other depictions of mermaids in watercolor. Musical depictions of mermaids include those by Flex Med Del Sohan in his Fair Melusina overture and Three Rhine Daughters in Richard Wagner's opera Der Ring das Lieben Lorelei. Of that name has become a synonym for a siren. The Weeping Mermaid is an orchestral piece of Taiwanese composer Fan Long Ku. Motion pictures. Film depictions include Merida, Night Tide, and the romantic comedy Splash, and Aquamarine 2006. I saw Aquamarine. That was a good movie. Yeah, I remember when I saw that in the movies and everything. American-Australian teen fantasy romantic comedy film Elizabeth Allen, loosely based on the 2001 young adult novel The Same Time by Alice Hoffman. It stars Emma Roberts, JoJo, and a couple other people. And you have Splash, 1984 American romantic fantasy comedy film directed by Ron Howard from the screenplay. Lil Guns, Night Tide is an American independent fantasy film sometimes considered to be a horror film written and directed by Curtis Harrington, featuring Dennis Hooper. Miranda, 1948 black and white British comedy film directed by Ken Anakin, written by Peter Moore. Okay, and a 1963 episode of television of Route 66 entitled Cruelest Sea of All features mermaid performing artists writing Wiki Wachi Aquatic Park. Mermaids also appeared in the popular supernatural drama television series Chambered, and the She Creature in 2001. Two carnival workers abduct a mermaid in Ireland 1900 and attempt to transport to America. The film Pirates of the Caribbean on Stranger Tides mixes in old and new myths about mermaids singing in sailors and luring them to their deaths, growing legs when into dry land, and bestowing kisses with magical healing properties. Disney's musical animated version of Andersen's tale, The Little Mermaid, was released in 1989. Notable changes to Andersen's story include removing the religious aspects of the fairy tale, including the mermaid's quest to obtain an immortal soul. The sea witch herself replaces the princess, whom the prince becomes engaged using the mermaid's voice to prevent her from obtaining the prince's love. However, on their wedding day, the plot is revealed and the sea witch is vanquished. The knife motif is not used in the film, which ends with the mermaid and the prince marrying. Hayao Miyazaki's Ponyo is an animated film about who wants to become a human girl with the help of her human friend. Hold on a moment. Okay, I'm gonna say this correctly. Let's see. Okay. So, the animated film about a Amabia who wants to become a human girl with the help of her human friend, Soski. Heraldry. A heraldry charge of a mermaid is commonly represented with a comb and a mirror, emblazoned as a mermaid in her vanity. Mermaids are used in coat of arms in in Germany and different places. All right. Rebel, these are some of the paintings of the mermaids. And this is a mermaid baby. Oh. You know, in the picture, there's a mermaid baby there. This is like over in Greece. That's them kind of chilling by a cave. This is a mermaid seducing a dude. This is a sitar, which is another type of hybrid creature that has, and also the mermaid. These are some Karens and a Darren. Mercringe. This is an illustration from the 1800s of one. Right. And these are some statues and stuff. $1900, but it's depiction of like the Pirates of the Caribbean type era, or like before that, and that's a mermaid just chilling. All right. And also want to add that, so that's the mermaids, and here's like a piece of the ship. How beautiful these ships are designed, you know, with the mermaids on it. And that's some other mermaid. Sarah, I'll do it. Yeah, so that's about the mermaids in that page. So we covered that whole thing. I want to cover for this time. All right. Okay, Sarah, here you go. I'll read it for you. El Nada, Al Nada'a, is an Egyptian legend of Naida, like a female spirit who calls men to the Nile, leading to their death or disappearance, like being zapped or being beamed up. It is especially well known in ancient based areas of Egypt along the Nile. It's a water spirit. The history, the exact origin of this legend is unknown. The story was more popular during the 20th century when Egypt was less urban than it is now, and people would spend more time close to the Nile and the Nile's water canals. Children would play by its shores after school, and young men would chat there at night. The myth has become less popular in urban areas and present through it is still familiar to youth and well known in rural Egypt. En Nada'aha takes the form of a stunningly beautiful woman who appears as if by chance to men walking by the Nile or the Nile's water canals at night. The men are usually a pair. The creature calls one by his first name, rendering him speechless, hypnotized and obedient to her voice, which she blindly follows while the other men the other man is unaffected and attempts to pull the other back. The creature's calls in a soft, sleepy, hypnotizing voice until the second unaffected man succeeds at last in reviving the called man from his trance. The two run away as fast as they can, hearing her voice still echoing as they run. Usually, the men do not get close enough to the Nile to get a glimpse of what the creature looks like before they run away. In a rare instance, they get glimpse of her. She is described as being a very beautiful female, tall, slender, with long flowing hair down to her back. She stands steadily very near to the bank of the river, and her hands placed at her sides and wearing a loose, long, semi transparent dress. In many instances, she is described as having semi transparent body. Her voice is calm and soft, yet loud. Yeah, familiar spirits being alluring. There we go. Wondered of such. Exactly. I'm glad to answer your question, Sarah. In rural Egypt, where the legend is creature may call for men in their homes by shores of the Nile and Nile's water canals, who then eagerly attempt to leave home for her. In other tales, the affected man will not immediately try to follow, but he will enter a state of disturbed distraction from a few nights before after departing late at night. People in rural Egypt believe that a man who is called by an En-Nada'a is doomed, curing himself is often to the Nile and drowns them. The Egyptian writer Ahmed Khalid Tawif in his time legend of Al-Nada'a says that a man who prevents the called man from reaching the creature by means would be the next to be called. Long hair or back hiding in a dorsal fin. Yeah, exactly. Briefly, I'm going to say this one paragraph about this. In Greek mythology, sirens are human like beings with alluring voices. They appear in a scene in the Odyssey, which Odysseus. The Odyssey is a great book to look at. That's another epic. Saves his crew's lives. Roman poets place them in some small island called Serenium. In some later rationalized traditions, the literal geography of the flowery island of Anthemosia or Anthemusia is fixed, sometimes on Cape Pelurium, and others Serenius near Pasterium or Caperia. All such locations were surrounded by cliffs and rocks. Sirens continued to be used as a symbol of dangerous temptation, embodied by women regularly throughout Christian art, medieval art, and sirens for comfort can also be used as a slang for women who consider to be both very attractive and dangerous. By the late 4th century, when pagan beliefs were met Christianity, the belief literally siren was discouraged. Saint Jerome, who produced the Latin Vulgate version of the Bible, used the word siren to translate the Hebrew tanenium, jackals, the book of Isaiah, and also translates the word of owls in the book of Jeremiah. Saint Jerome is one of those other people that wrote something, they took it out the Bible, okay? The siren is allegorically described as a beautiful court scene or prostitute who sings pleasant melody to men in a symbolic vice pleasure in the preaching of Clement of Alexandria. Later writers such as Ambrose, 4th century, retired the notion that allegory, worldly temptation, endorsement of the Greek myth. Isardius. In Greeks, imagine that there were 3 sirens, part virgins, part birds, with wings and claws. One of them sang, another third the lyre. They drew sailors decoyed by song to shipwreck. According to the truth, however, they were prostitutes who led travelers down the property and were said to impose shipwreck on them. They had wings and claws because love flies and wounds. The miniatures. The siren's bird-like depiction of the clown contained in the Latin version of Faesculapius of the subsequent bestiaries into the 13th century, but at some time during the interim, mermaid shape was introduced by the body of works. The siren was illustrated as a woman fish mermaid. The Burn Fergulius dated in the mid-9th century, even though this contradicted the accompanying text, which described it as an avian. An English-made Latin bestiary dated at 1220 to 1250 also depicted a group of sirens as mermaids with fish tails swimming in the sea, even though the text states they resembled winged fowl down to their feet. Interesting. Illustrating the siren as a pure mermaid became commonplace in the second family bestiaries, and she was shown of holding the musical instrument in the classical tradition, but also sometimes holding a parent eelfish. An example of the siren mermaid holding such a fish is found in one of the earlier codices in the group dated to late 12th century. Noted. Okay, Sarah says, they day that, yet older, will they say that, yet older and other area cultures had similar bird hybrids. Exactly, like this is like the alien hybrids that we're talking about. Apparently eelfish, an example of siren mermaid holding such a fish, is found in one of the earlier condolences in the group dated to the late 12th century. as bird-like. Counter example is given where the illustrated siren group of three are bird-like, confirming in the text as hybrid. The siren was sometimes drawn as a hybrid with a human torso, a fish-like lower body, and bird-like wings and feet, while the Harley 3244, the wings sprouted from around the shoulders and other hybrid types, and the style placed hanging in the waist. Yeah, one ring of an eel, there you go. Comb and mirror. Also, siren may be holding a comb or a mirror, thus the comb and the mirror, which are now and across Europe, derived from the best bestiaries that describe the siren as a vain creature, required those accoutrements. Verse bestiaries. Later bestiary texts appeared, which were modified to accommodate the artistic conventions. It is explained that the siren's other part may be like fish or like a bird, and gueule, aimé, les clercs, Old French verse bestiary 1210 to 1211, as well as Philippe de Than's Anglo-Norman verse bestiary. Sarah, a holding an eel to make a point of I'm not an eel. I know. They think humans are stupid. There also appear to be medieval works that conflated sirens with mermaids while citing Philus as their source. Italian poet Dante Alighieri depicts the siren as Canto per Ario. Pilgrim dreams of a female that is described as stuttering, cross-eyed, and crooked on her feet with stunted hands, and pallid and cooler, and is not until the pilgrim gazes upon her that she is turning desirable and revealed by herself to be a siren. His siren claims that she turned Ulysses from his chorus Desorius of my song, and whoever becomes used to me rarely leaves me, so wholly do I satisfy him. Given that Dante did not have access to the Odyssey, the sirens claim that she turned Ulysses from his chorus is inherently false, because sirens in Odyssey do not manage to turn Ulysses from his path. Ulysses and his men were warned Circe prepared for their encounter by stuffing their ears full of wax, except for Ulysses, who wishes to be bound to the ship's mast as he wants to hear the siren song. Scholars claim that Dante may have misinterpreted the siren's claim from an episode in Seresios de Finibus. The pilgrim's dream comes to an end when a lady, holy and quick, who had not yet been present before, suddenly appears and says, "Oh, Virgil, Virgil, who is this?" Virgil, the pilgrim guide, then steps forward and tears the clothes from the siren's belly, which awakened me, pilgrim, with a stench that issued it from it. This marks the ending, the encounter between the pilgrim and the siren. In Gorfy's of Monmouth's Histria, Brutus of Troy encounters sirens of pillars, Hercules on his way to Britain to fulfill the prophecy that he will establish an empire. There the sirens sound and nearly overturn his ship until Brutus escapes to Tyrrhene Sea. So the siren, that's where they got that word from. A siren, they're real loud. That's where the word siren comes from. Renaissance. By the time of the Renaissance, female court musicians known as courtesans filed the role of an unmarried companion. A musical performance by unmarried women could be seen as immoral. Seeing the creatures could control a man's reason. Female singers became associated with mythological figure of the siren, who usually took a half-human, half-animal from somewhere on the cusp between nature and culture. Leonardo da Vinci wrote of them in his notebook, stating the siren sings so sweetly that she lulls the mariners to sleep, then she climbs upon the ships and kills the sleeping marines. These sirens are savage, all right? Age of exploration. However, in the 17th century, some Jesuit writers began to assert their actual existence, including Columius, a Lepide, who said of woman, her glance is that of the fabled basilisk. Her voice, a siren voice, with her voice she enchants, with her beauty she deprives a reason, voice and sight alike deal destruction and death. Antonio de Laura also argued for the existence of Asius. Kircher argued that counterpartments must have been built abroad of Noah's Ark. Interesting. Charles Burney expounded the general history of music, the name according to Bachart, who derives from Phoenician, implies the songstress, hence the probable that the ancient times there may have been excellent singers, but a corrupt morals on the coast of Sicily by rise to the fable. John Lemperre, in his classical dictionary 1821, wrote, some suppose that the sirens were a number of lascivious women in Sicily who prostituted themselves to strangers and made them forget their pursuits while drowning in the lawful pressures. The etymology Chart, who deduces them from the Finnican term denoting songstress, favors explanation given to the fable of Dam. This distinguished critic makes the sirens to have been excellent singers and devastating the fables respecting them. Of all their terrific features, he supposes that by the charms of music and song by detained travelers and made them altogether forgetful in their native lands. All right. Sarah, I'm glad that I like doing this, and I'm glad that I did this. And I mean, I don't know whoever else is watching this, seeing the rerun of this. Basically, I'm thankful for the support and the people that like this, and because I do this by myself all the time, but I also do it now. I'm doing it in front of the camera for all of you, and also, today I've been through a lot. I had a good day, a very active day, but also a lot of work went into keeping the chat and the trial chat together and not breaking up and getting into little arguments over the political stuff, because that's not something that was used to happening over there. And I was talking to my friend earlier, Ross, and he was like, I sounded really tired, and I'm like, I got a show to do later. And so I had a fun day, a great day, good time with friends, but it was a lot of work today. Keeping up with chats and all, it's a lot of work. So I'm not complaining, I'm just saying that by the grace of God and the burning fuel fire within me from things that happened in my life, I used to keep on going. I'm glad that we did this, and I'm going to do more of this, and I'll get more in depth about these mermaids and different things like that, like the different series. It's like a series. Also, Sarah, I want to let you know that I have been writing the third AI story, and you're going to really enjoy it. I've been writing it. I haven't recorded yet, but I've been writing it. And also, Sarah says, exhausting what happened at the trials. Exactly. Yes. And Sarah says, was a long, deep dive. Thank you for sharing with everyone. You're welcome. You're welcome. And in spite of some little connection hiccups, which I did have the internet reset before I went live, that's why I believe, in my opinion, it did not go out completely like it did in the past. Because all the past few streams, I've reset the Wi-Fi before going live like I was always supposed to, and the internet's worked fine. So, because it gets through the week, actually, because the internet is the most expensive one you could get. And there's different Wi-Fi extenders all over the place. So, but when I use it all day long, 24/7, it gets worn out. Now, the weather can affect it, though, and cause it to not work as well. Like tonight, there's all this wind. It probably was hurting the signal. But basically, like, I've been resetting it responsibly. Like, anything has wear and tear. Like, you use a car, you put oil in it or gas in it before you go, or make sure the gas is where it's supposed to be. So that's what I've been doing. So I've been being responsible with the Wi-Fi so the internet could work. That's why we didn't have an outage where it went completely out. So I'm glad that I've been more responsible with the internet, and my grandma's been helping with that. So shout out to her, because she's she's helping with the stream with the internet, resetting it for me before I go live. So shout out to her, and that's pretty cool. And I'm glad for this house and different things that they've gifted me. So yeah, shout out to them. You look forward to the third episode. And I was talking to my friend Capri, and I was telling her about my grandpa being a roofer, and she appreciates the hard work that he did. There's a lot of people, I tell you all about the roofing stuff he did. Yeah, it's a lot of stuff he did. Now what I do, I wouldn't mind doing roofing, that's fine. I am constructing something, like an internet thing, for us to go on at some point. And also, I'm doing something here with the YouTube channel, and this is a lot of work here. So I have good genetics from both sides of my family, from my dad's side and my mom's side. Yeah, also, yeah, shout out to Peach and Mary. And also, Sarah, about Peach, I want to let you know that her mother passed away. And she's in deep mourning right now, so pray for her. Right. And exhausting what happened at trials, looking for the third episode. That also a lot of work, yes. Yeah. And we'll see myself. Yeah, I have like it's a half a alien right now. Okay, well, we're gonna go over here. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you, Sarah, for the prayers and everything. And now I'll be ending the stream. Thank you all for coming. And Rebel and everybody, I appreciate you all deeply. And have an amazing weekend. Hope you and your husband are doing well. Peace.